All right, good evening, everyone. I would like to call to order the public hearing on the proposed fiscal year 2023 budget. And roll call, please.
Member Castellanos?
Present.
Member Capola?
Present.
Member Dugan?
Present.
Member Gately?
Present.
Member Magnolia?
Present.
Member Pena?
Present.
Mayor Nicholson?
Present. All right, we'll start with those wishing to speak in favor of the budget proposal. One signed in there. No. Calling all those wishing to speak in favor of the budget. Calling all those wishing to speak in favor of the budget. Anyone wishing to speak in favor of the budget? Seeing none, I will close that portion of the public hearing and open the portion of the public hearing for those wishing to speak in opposition of the budget proposal. Calling all those wishing to speak in opposition. All those wishing to speak in opposition. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing none, I will close that portion of the public hearing, which closes the public hearing for the 2023 budget. Thank you. I'd like to open the open mic session. The open mic session is designed to provide an opportunity for citizens to express their views on matters of concern to the school committee. The sessions are not designed to encourage debate or lengthy exchange of views, but are to have the committee understand numerous points of view. The committee would appreciate speakers keeping their presentation to 3 minutes in order to accommodate as many people as time permits. The chair reserves the right to limit the number of speakers on the same topic to 3. All speakers must be at least 18 years of age or enrolled in high school in the public schools district and having discussed their views with the student government representative. The chair reserves the right to rule the speaker out of order if he or she feels that the speaker's comments are personal in nature. If a speaker's comments are directed at a school committee member or a member of school administration in attendance, that member, through the chair, may address the individual. The sessions will commence promptly 15 minutes prior to the start of the regular school committee meeting. Anyone here wishing to speak at open mic? Anyone wishing to speak at open mic? Last call for people wishing to speak at open mic. Seeing none, we will close the open mic session.
Something.
I'd like to call to order the 11th regular meeting. Roll call, please.
Member Castellanos?
Present.
Member Capola?
Present.
Member Dugan?
Present.
Member Gately?
Present.
Member Magnolia?
Present.
Member Pena?
Present.
Mayor Nicholson?
Present. Would you all please rise for a salute to the flag, followed by a moment of silence.
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Remain standing for a moment of silence in memoriam of E. Earl Snow, former custodian, May 25th, 2022. Thank you. First item on the agenda is the minutes.
Make a motion to accept the minutes to the Athletic Subcommittee meeting on May 26, 2022, and the minutes to the Building and Grounds Subcommittee meeting on May 26, 2022, and the 10th regular meeting on May 26, 2022.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next item, appointments or elections. We have a school nurse election. Dr. Tutwiler?
Yep, seeking the committee's support for the election of a school nurse. In your packet, there's a document from the director of nursing supporting her wish to bring this nurse on. The name is Emily Hamza, and would appreciate your support.
What's the wish
Make
of
a
the...
motion to accept the recommendation of Amy Hamza.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Emily. Member Castellano?
Emily Hamza.
Oh, sorry, I apologize.
Sorry.
Emily Hamza.
That was Member Capola. Member Dugan?
Emily Hamza.
Member Gately?
Emily Hamza.
Member Magnolia?
Emily Hamza.
Member Pena?
Emily Hamza.
Mayor Nicholson?
Emily Hamza. Next item is the Skills USA presentation. Welcome, Mr. McCush.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Excuse us while we momentarily burn down the mood to read to you a few negative headlines you may have heard of that have taken our nations by storm over these past few years.
A student punched her 64-year teacher in Louisiana. Child assault. South Carolina teacher sort of slapped the teacher there.
Braintree schools report assault, purportedly part of TikTok dares and devious lit TikTok trends shows kids stealing COVID tests.
These headlines, along with many others, saw news stations and papers throughout the country in September and October, all stirred by the social media craze where students are encouraged to harm teachers and destroy schools. While social media served its own problems in schools, these were not the only issues. After 2 years of remote learning, many students no longer had to act properly in the classroom. This, coupled with the social and emotional needs of students exacerbated by COVID, left a lot of students and teachers asking, how do we go back to normal?
The truth was, the normalcy was gone. And as students and teachers transitioned from behind a black screen to back in person, schools became a pressure cooker for unruly behavior and a lot of thanklessness. This thanklessness and need for change is what inspired our Skills USA chapter to action this year.
Good afternoon. My name is Eli Soak, a junior in the radio and television program at the Lynn Vocational Technical Institute. Today with me are my teammates, Joseph Morrow and Jared Mooney. This morning we are excited to present to you our community service project where we focus on shifting the narrative in our school and community from one of thanklessness to one of thankfulness in a project we titled The Gratitude Project. Before we outline our project details, we'd like to share with you our 4 SMART goals. Goal 1, create 50 gratitude videos to post on our school announcements and Skills USA social media accounts from Thanksgiving to Christmas to remind students the importance of being grateful. Goal 2, raise $5,000 throughout December to donate to local, nonprofit organizations that have helped our students through challenging times. Goal 3, create a teacher appreciation video and gift bags for 2,000 teachers in Lynn as a sign of our gratitude for all they do for us. And go forward, create social and emotional learning spaces for 50 classrooms in the city of Lynn.
Our project began to take shape back in October, when after a month back in school, we noticed students weren't appreciative of the opportunity to be back in person. This, in addition with the negative social media trends mentioned in our introduction, it wasn't uncommon for us to hear students and teachers fighting and arguing in classes, students making rude and negative sentiments about being back in person, and nobody was coming together. We need to do something to change the general atmosphere of our school.
In early October, we had an incredible opportunity when we heard that Boston 25 News was hosting a competition called My School Rules. Chapter members worked together to draft an essay about what has always made our school so special, our service to the community. 2 weeks later, it was announced that we are finalists in the competition, faced with a head-to-head competition against East Boston High School. Students and teachers stopped working against one another, and we began to work together to beat East Boston at an online vote. Ultimately, we are announced as a winner. While our initial thought is that the prize may create seed money for a community service project, it also naturally started to bring our school together.
While capitalizing on the momentum, we responsibly use social media to build a narrative of gratitude. Rather than encouraging negative social media trends, we reach out to students and faculty members and posted daily videos that answer 2 questions. What are you grateful for? And why is it important to be grateful? These videos help create conversation around the idea to share gratitude with nonprofit organizations in our community.
Since we won $5,000, we wanted to raise $5,000 more to give back to our community as a demonstration of our gratitude. With the momentum on our side from the My School Rules, we wanted to capitalize on everyone's participation and bring our peers together for a competition of our own, the Gratitude Project. We encourage students to do 2 things. First, compete against each other by raising funds in a shop words competition, and to do so by raising money to donate to student-selected charities. This, along with our videos, helped to promote the attitude of gratitude and made us all better people.
As Phase 1 culminated on December 23rd, we brought the whole school together and announced that we had more than doubled and raised $11,413. This money went to 8 local nonprofit organizations selected by our student body. Each organization is also listed in the handouts we're about to provide to you today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
During a check presentation ceremony, we brought the individuals from these organizations to our school and said thank you for how they have impacted and helped us.
And as we transition to Phase 2, we use the My School Rules Fund to put together a project to thank an often overlooked member in our community, the 2,000 educators in our city.
Phase 2 taught us things don't always work as planned. Originally, we planned to host a Thank You Teachers Movie Night at the Lynn City Auditorium on January 29th. However, when Omicron spread rampant through our cities and schools, we were forced to cancel. But this taught us to learn an important Skills USA framework element, adaptability and flexibility. We figured, if we couldn't bring the teachers to the movies, we would bring the movies to the teachers. So, we reached out to our community, and we responsibly used our social media platforms. We elicited videos of people sharing why they're grateful for teachers and made a movie of our own. Then, we packed up some bags, like the ones I'm about to hand out to you now, and sent them out to every educator in our public school systems on March 9th.
Oh, we get one. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you.
And while they pass those out, shout out to Dr. Tutwiler and Ms. Neil Melton.
Thank you.
You're welcome. That's a huge bag, you know. Wow. New stash.
I got Swedish English. I'm so excited.
you don't want your popcorn, I'll take it. For the record. Kinda hungry.
The greatest part of putting our video together was conducting interviews with K-12 children at the YMCA. Repeatedly, we heard students say how grateful they were to an educator who not only impacted them, but often changed their lives. This appreciation video helped to further elicit the positive aspects of gratitude from students and from teachers that initially inspired our project.
Well, phase 1 addresses the attitude and behavior of students towards gratitude, and phase 2 was about thanking teachers. Phase 3 will bring us two together. When we secured the community service grant from Lowe's and Skills USA to create a social and emotional learning spaces in classrooms. One way we can impact the pressure cooker that school was becoming was to provide an outlet, and this is what we set out to do.
On March 29th, we invited 50 teachers, 2 from each of the 25 schools in Lynn to Lynn Tech, to participate in this project to create these places for their classrooms. Each space included a rug, a bookshelf handmade and painted with a chapter member, and the creation of a calm down kit. A calm down kit is simply a toolbox with social and emotional toys to help students de-escalate when dealing with difficult personal behaviors. Each calm down kit was also helped handmade by the addition of a chapter member. At the conclusion of phase 3, teachers were thrilled, as they were yet another step closer to enhancing their relationships with their students.
Overall, each phase of our project seemed to impact both our school and community by creating opportunities for gratitude. For a moment, we'd like to come back to our project SMART goals. Goal 1 and 2, school and community impact, exceeded by posting 50 daily videos about gratitude and raising $11,413 for nonprofit organizations in our community. There's a lot to be grateful for. Goal 3, school and community impact, exceeded. While learning to pivot as needed, we were able to create a memorable gratitude video to post on our school announcements and Skills USA social media accounts from Thanksgiving to Christmas to remind students the importance of being grateful. Goal 4, school and community impact, exceeded. By capitalizing on the Lowe's and Skills USA Community Service Grant, we were able to equip classrooms with social and emotional learning spaces that inherently improve our students and teachers' health and well-being.
Throughout our project, we focus on the theme of gratitude, and wove it not only in each phase, but also into our lives. So, are we successful? We believe so. This project has not only picked up our lives, but brought out the spirit and well-beings of some of our community's most important individuals, students and teachers. As a result, we believe we shed a whole lot of thank yous.
And a whole lot of smiles.
One moment of gratitude at a time. Thank you.
Member Capola?
Thank you. You did a great job speaking. I sit on the board for My Brother's Table, and I know how important to get that donation was. And one of the other board members, Mrs. Conlon, went down and received that donation. And she was a teacher at Lynn Tech, and she couldn't say enough about how proud she was of you kids. And we appreciate it at My Brother's Table, too.
Thank you. Thank you.
Member Pena, Member Castellanos, Member Gailey.
First of all, thank you for the presentation. It was awesome. You guys look great. When you came in, you left a big impression, like, wow, I'm someone that wakes up with a lot of gratitude, and I get it, trust me. The hurdles that I've been through just to be where I'm at and to see young men like you standing up, like, it just touches me. Like, thank you, thank you, thank you. It's important. You're our future leaders, and we need you, and I am grateful to see young men like yourself just standing up for your community and really showing some appreciation. It really touches me. It's what keeps me going, because I know we have a bright future. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Member Castellanos.
I want to echo everyone in the room's emotions right now. It's inspiring to hear you guys speak every time. I want to thank Mr. McCush and the team at Skills USA, Lynn Tech.
Yes.
You guys make us so proud every year when you guys come in front of us. It's an honor and a privilege to witness it. every year. I know I say this every year, but it's really humbling to see what you guys are doing out there in the community, and the philanthropy at that level is beyond incredible. It's really a special gift, really, to have you guys in the city, and I'm very thankful. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Member Gately. And Member Dugan.
Skills USA always impresses me. All the projects, I've been on the school committee for 7 years, and I have been impressed every single year with your projects. This one blew me away. For you to touch base with students coming in, their social emotional learning, to make those calm down kits, unbelievable. And all I can say is kudos, and I can't wait for next year. What is it gonna be next year, Ms. McCush? I can't even imagine. But thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Member Dugan.
Yeah, I mean, just to echo what everybody's already said, this is amazing. Just, the fact that you got through your school and infiltrated the teachers and the children and were able to influence them positively is just so impressive. But I also was really impressed by the fact it was just goal-oriented, and just the fact that you guys kept coming back to those goals and making sure you were, reaching those goals and exceeding them, as you guys said, which I think if there was a word bigger than exceeded, I would use that. You guys did a great job. So, but I really like that you were just goal-orientated and, focused on those goals and making sure you keep an eye on the prize. So, excellent job. You guys represented the community, way beyond our wildest dreams here. So, nice job. Excellent.
Thank you.
Yeah, I am man enough to admit that I cried at school committee one time. I had a knot in my throat the whole time because I'm just so incredibly proud of you all. That presentation was so polished. And then when you think about what you're actually talking about and the work that you did, the whole thing is just, I echo everyone's sentiments, and I'm just so proud of you and deeply appreciative of Mr. McCush, Ms. Price, Ms. Bellama. The whole Skills USA is just top notch. Are they going to Atlanta?
Yes, we are.
Okay. All right, let's go. That's right. Best of luck.
Well, any room for me, I'll come.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I am continuing the Plus with Skills USA. Just another year just right on the money in terms of an issue we're really struggling with, and honing in on a way to have real measurable and tangible impact. And really enjoyed the opportunity to visit when some of those Calm Down kits were being assembled, and was just lifted up by the energy in that room from everybody that was there, the teachers, you all, the other students that were helping. So thank you so much for your leadership on an important issue, and then just really impressed by your ability to share that in a setting like this, and just, I think, bodes really well for Atlanta. So good luck.
If anyone has any questions, if not, we're all set. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So good.
Just thank you to, on behalf of all of us, to Dr. Tutwiler and everyone for really supporting us. As you know, this year probably, I don't know if everybody knows, but we had a big year this year at the state conference, and we have 28 students actually going on to compete nationally. The next closest year we had was a couple, it was about 8. So this is kind of a really big year for us, and so we're really excited about it. And you can see how much time and effort they put in all the work.
Yeah.
This is just one team of many teams that we have who are working at this level. So appreciative to you for that support and allowing them to share today. So.
Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. All right, next time on the agenda is a request to accept a donation of $620 from the Corcoran Company and the Quaker Residents Council for Harrington School to purchase T-shirts for the 5th grade students. What's the recommendation of the superintendent?
Recommendation would be to approve.
I'd like to move it, yeah.
Second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Member Castellanos?
Yes.
Member Capola?
Yes.
Member Dugan?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Magnolia?
Yes.
Member Pena?
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson?
Yes. Italian Community Center of Greater Lynn, intent to offer $1,000 to one Lynn Public Schools senior. Dr. Tutwiler?
Once again, the recommendation would be to approve, and we're grateful.
Motion to move forward. Accept.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Member Castellanos?
Yes.
Member Capola?
Yes.
Member Dugan?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Magnolia?
Yes.
Member Pena?
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson?
Yes. Next item is vote to approve early college high school, and that's Dr. Tutwiler, and should that be,
We're gonna.
yeah. It should be Dr. Gardner, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, so we're gonna,
It is Dr. Gardner.
yeah, okay.
Our apologies.
Dr. Gardner.
Welcome.
Thank you.
If I may, just really quickly, working backward, you will recall that at our meeting on April 28th, Dr. Gardner did a pretty robust presentation on our thinking at the time around the early college high school in partnership with North Shore Community College. Going back 3 or 4 months, in late January, I captured a little bit about our plans in a school committee superintendent's report, and then before that, there was a memo through Ms. Jules to you about the early beginnings of our plan. But we're at a place now where we are ready to move forward in formally seeking the school committee's support, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Gardner to just give an update.
I didn't bring a big script for you today. I did send you a lot of information, and I just want to let you know that we've been recruiting at Marshall for a couple of weeks. We've had 3 sessions with students, and at one of those sessions, we had almost the entire 8th grade, and we've had meetings with families and phone calls with families, and I've been working with 2 guidance counselors, John Gore and Blanca Rosa, who are also taking calls at the school. And we have parents who are saying, okay, how do I do this? How do I sign up? So that's kind of where we are. We've been also behind the scenes working on all the operations pieces. We've, Deborah Giro, we have visited North Shore now twice to look at space and work with the North Shore staff on all of the operational type of details that we need to take care of. So that is my update, and also if there's any questions.
Great. Member Capola, and then Member Magnolia.
Just checking to see, were you going to get off on time at the start of the school year in September?
Yes.
It will be on time?
It will be the normal schedule.
Okay. And have these, when you choose the students, will they go down there maybe for an orientation or something early?
Yes, we're going to have a tour of the school, and then we're going to set like a freshman orientation.
Okay. The only thing I had concern is on the budget part of it. It had teachers just 9, and without identifying, what subjects they were. So that was a concern in the budget part of it, and whether they're posted jobs.
So the 9 teachers, it will be the high school core content, ELA, math, science, history. And then they will take 2 early college, at the top level, they will take 2 early college classes each semester, which will happen in the college. The high school core classes will happen in the portable that's outside. If you're on where the large lot is, there's a portable out there. That's where those classes will be held. We have a monitor as part of the staffing in the budget to help with transporting students from the module into the college to get to their class. We were there just, I'm losing track, this week or last week, to look at office space, and North Shore has been wonderful in being flexible and showing us multiple options, and we believe we've landed on an option, a really good space. All of our people, the administration that will be there, the clerical staff, will have a space together. Nursing will be in there, social worker, guidance counselor. It's a very good space, and we're working on mapping out what that space will look like. We're working with Jamie Weeks, who is North Shore's organization manager, and he's been wonderful. North Shore's been great through this whole process.
Okay, thank you.
Member Magnolia.
Yeah, I've had a couple parent questions about what happens if there's a wait list. Can you just talk about, is it first come, first served? How are the students chosen? And then if there are more students than just that initial 100, what happens to those who want to be in the pipeline for consideration going forward? Is this if a student decides not to continue, then someone could take their place mid-year? Can you just talk about that process a little, please?
So we're just finalizing the registration / application, and what I've been communicating to in all the presentations is that we have 100 seats, but it will be through a lottery process, and then from the lottery process we will have a wait list.
And how do students get pulled off that wait list? Would it happen in the middle of the year, or is the wait list going to be closed once the school year starts?
I'm not sure. Except
Okay.
I'm thinking about being enrolled in a college class, and if we take students in the middle of the semester, they can only be in high school classes, but that's okay if they're only in high school classes.
And there's also second semester.
Yes.
Yeah, so I think that's why I was asking, is because it would make sense that there might be a September and a January date just for that reason.
Yep.
But that's...
No, that's a great idea. Yep.
Member Pena, then Member Castellanos, then Member Daley.
Okay. Thank you. Just for clarification now, so the high school classes will be in the mod outside, and then the college, the two courses that they'll be taking will be inside the college.
Correct.
Are there any concerns with, safety where, because you're going to have adults with
correct.
children?
Yep.
And those are questions that I had from the
100%.
situation. And as a parent myself, I'm like, we have minors with
We
with
equally are, have that concern. And Orrin Wright, our safety officer, met with the chief of police at North Shore as part of our visit the first time we went. And they are continuing with conversations around the safety, like we're talking about the module currently does not have scanning in, so we're looking at funding to have a scanner on that building so that people can't just walk into the building.
So there is a plan of action in
There
place?
is a plan of action,
Okay, yeah, 'cause,
yes.
we can
And
have
the monitors
conversations,
are
but if we
also
don't have a
part of
plan-
that.
Yeah, we can have conversations, but if we don't have a plan in action, it's like,
Yeah, no,
and we got a short time. You're planning on opening in September, correct?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
I just want to add too that when we took the tour of the classrooms, the administrative offices are on the same floor as the inside classrooms, and they're not far.
Right.
So they're kind of almost at the top of the stairs at North Shore.
Yeah.
So they have quick access out to the modular and quick access to the inside classes. So that adds to the safety.
Yeah. And North Shore has, police campus also,
Correct.
so that's more added safety.
And if
which
I
I'm
might
aware.
add, North Shore's police force is state police trained.
Very good. That's all. Thank you.
Member Castellanos.
My colleagues or if no one has any questions, I'd like to make a motion to approve the early college high school.
We had one more question, yeah, from Member Daley. Yep.
I just wanted to ask you how you're doing with recruiting the 100 students. Does it look like you're going to meet that number?
I mean, based on the interests the interest surveys, we have close to 60, but then in speaking to the whole 8th grade, we've had a lot more, just calls from families that were not initially on that didn't fill out the initial interest form. So it's totally anecdotal. I was speaking to a guidance counselor, and he said, I think that we might have 70 or more. So that's kind of where we are at this moment. I think once the application goes live and there's a lot more buzz about it and it's real, that it may, we may end up in the lottery situation, but we'll see.
Would you consider going to another school, having other students, if you don't get that, maybe from Breed or from Pickering?
That would be a question for you.
I'd say we crossed that road when we get to it. Really, the idea here in year one was to have an impact on English. And so if by chance we end up, at 70, for example, I think we would double down on the recruitment at Marshall a second time. And if that doesn't yield a response, then I think we would have the conversation about what we would do to open it up to Breed or Pickering.
Okay, thank you.
I think, Member Capola, and was that Member Dugan have your hand?
No,
Okay.
that's actually the question. I
Okay,
was gonna
all
ask.
right, yeah.
I'm
Member
good,
Capola.
thank you.
In regards to that, I mean, there are a lot of kids at Pickering that do go to English also.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not.
Yeah, that's true.
We have that from the English.
Member Castellanos?
So, if everybody's all
Yep.
good, I make a motion to approve the early college high school.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Member Castellanos?
Yes.
Member Capola?
Yes.
Member Dugan?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Magnolia?
Yes.
Member Pena?
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson?
Yes. Thank you. Yeah,
Thank you.
If I may, Dr. Gardner it continues to amaze me by doing all the work that she does in various sort of lanes professionally, but this has been a massive undertaking, and we're really excited about it, appropriately nervous about it, as anyone would be with a new venture like this, where it doesn't exist anywhere else in the state. But I just wanted to express a big shout out to Dr. Gardner and to Deputy Superintendent Ruggiero, who's been working hand in hand.
Can I also add, before you do that, Shannon and I were on a call with the Department of Ed just the other day around food services. That's what our conversation was about. But both Department of Ed representatives commented on how excited they were that we were taking this pathway, and that it really could pave the road for others. So we're very excited about it.
Yeah, this is a huge deal. I mean, it's an early college program is a wonderful program, tremendous opportunity for those students, and this is just taking it to the next level in really exciting and in an innovative way. So thank you.
And if I could just add, there is a wonderful buzz at the college as well.
Good.
Good.
Wonderful.
That's great.
It's good to
I
hear.
just wanted to add
Yeah.
that. I know this is a learning curve, but I admire your transparency, and we're all learning here, and I admire that. Your response was like, we don't know, we'll get there. So,
Thank you.
I appreciate that.
Thank you. I have a big feeling of relief right now. Thank you for your vote.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gardner.
Thank you.
All right, next time on the agenda is vote to approve the dual language and general education SEI pre-K grade 1 and grade 2 report cards. Ms. Caldwell.
Actually, I'm going to invite Ms. Campbell and Ms. Gallo to the table up front to walk you through a document that I think was passed out right before the meeting.
I just have some clarification. What was the difference between the one that we had in our packet to the one that we got passed out afterwards?
There was a slight error on the grade 1. What said grade 1 non-dual language actually had Spanish language arts entirely instead of English language arts. So it's just a copy paste. Yeah, thank you.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Was there a vote taken on the early college?
Yes.
I made the motion.
Yeah, we just voted.
We just voted. I called.
Just want to make sure.
Better to be safe than sorry.
Now you got me.
Go ahead.
All right, thank you so much for having us. We're here to talk about our grade 1 and 2 dual language and SEI report cards and our pre-K dual language and SEI report cards. So I'm going to walk you through grade 1 and 2, and then my colleague Jackie is going to talk to you about pre-K. So if you'll recall, for those of you who were on the committee then, you guys voted to approve our kindergarten dual language and SEI report cards in January of 2021. And so we're here with a very similar structure. Our grade 1 and grade 2 report cards follow a very similar process and structure. The only difference really is that we took the grade 1 and grade 2 standards and swapped them out instead of the kindergarten standards. So they contain the same exact sections, the language arts sections, the mathematics sections, science, social studies, etc., and the same performance indicators or mastery scale. So we're happy to take any questions about those if you have them, and then we'll pivot over to pre-K.
Member Dugan.
Yeah, I guess just a point of clarification. I think we cleared it up, but just so we know that obviously this is a standards-based report card, but these are all reflective of the state standards, correct?
Yes,
Okay,
exactly.
Thank you. Thank you.
Member Gately.
When will you be presenting the dual language curriculum or program that you're going to be using for second grade?
So for the second grade dual language program, we could schedule a meet. I'm happy to talk about it.
I don't know that we did a presentation on the curriculum for kindergarten for dual language. We did. First grade?
So back in this past winter, we talked about the K-2 ELD model, and we touched on the curriculum as well, and so dual language will be following the same one, but I'm happy to do a deeper dive into dual language as well.
Yes, because I'd like to see the dual language, what's actually happening. Thank you.
It's very exciting, or it will be. It's not there yet.
I can talk about the pre-K. So this report card for the pre-K for the integrated pre-K 4-year-olds and the dual language 4-year-olds. So we're very similar process that what happened with the kindergarten development of their report cards, except we use the guideline for preschool learning experiences that include the Massachusetts curriculum frameworks along with social emotional learning and approaches to play and learning standards and school readiness skills. So it's very, very similar, just the content's a little bit different. And for dual language, this would, for the English language arts, it will be Spanish language arts.
The content of that box remains exactly the same. There's no difference between language arts at that grade level, so it would just literally say Spanish language arts instead of English.
Member Gately.
I have a question that was brought to me by a constituent. They wanted to know, in pre-K, they have to have a SPED license, but in the dual language K, they don't have to have the SPED license, and they didn't think it was very fair, so I just want you to explain.
So, do you want to take the dual language question?
So the difference in it is the difference in the special education model. The integrated version requires the special education services to be delivered by that classroom teacher. And that's because it's the percentage of students with IEPs and without IEPs. The dual language model is an inclusion model, so it has a different, that one follows the same model as our kindergarten through 5th grade, really. And so in that case, the inclusion services, because they're written as inclusion services, are provided via a special education teacher for a smaller portion of the day. And the ratio of students with and without IEPs is different than in integrated.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions?
I don't know, do I just have an extra piece here that wasn't supposed to be included? I have a pre-K. Do I just supposed to have one double-sided pre-K?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is something extra.
That's a bonus one.
Okay.
And the prize.
I got the prize, okay.
Member Magnolia.
So I would like to move the dual language general education SEI pre-K grade 1, grade 2 report cards.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Member Castellanos?
Yes.
Member Capola?
Yes.
Member Dugan?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Magnolia?
Yes.
Member Pena?
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson?
Yes. Is there?
I wanted to extend the same.
So I think the motion you said was K, and we need
I read it exactly as it was here. SEI pre-K grade 1, grade 2 report cards.
Both, yeah.
So I read it off of this.
Okay, perfect.
Is that accurate?
I can gush now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you good?
Yeah.
You shocked?
The vote happened, it's the right language. I just want to, we continue to evolve in ways that I think are really important and reflective of the community that we serve. And both departments, MLE and curriculum, continue to work together toward that end. So I just wanted to shout you all out and appreciate your hard work.
And I would like to echo that as a visitor to the dual language classrooms, to just see the joy and enthusiasm on the students' faces to be able to engage with their teachers bilingually was really remarkable. And I think that Lynn should really be proud of these programs.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's the best part of my day when I get to be there, and we welcome visitors anytime. Please let us know if you're interested.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is the vote to approve the fiscal year 2023 budget. And just as a reminder, we obviously, leading up to this year's budget, knew we were going to have an opportunity with the Student Opportunity Act funding, and have had discussions over the last couple of years about that we've all participated in. Dr. Tutwiler gave a presentation about the budget on April 28th. Which started the conversation, and then we had questions or agenda space for that on May 9th and May 26th, and then the public hearing this evening. I think tonight hopefully is the culmination of a lot of work from everyone involved, from Dr. Tutwiler and his team to all the members of the school teams that submit their budgets over the course of the months that lead up to this. And, in the context of the city, it's an exciting time in the Lynn Public Schools to have the resources that we do, and obviously take that very seriously to be able to maximize that opportunity. So, as we get started here, I just wanted to thank everyone, including all the members of the school committee. I think a lot of folks have submitted questions, and I've had the opportunity to review those questions and those answers, and I appreciate everyone's submissions to that as well. So thank you. I'll turn it over to Dr. Tutwiler.
Nothing more to say other than I look forward to your support of this budget, but I'm happy to answer. We did receive some sets of questions that we were able to turn around over the past 2 days, yesterday and today. But I'm happy to answer any questions you might have in advance of a motion.
I have, I'll go down the line. Member Gately, Member Dugan, Member Pena, and then Member Capola. Okay. Member Gately, please.
Okay, in the MLE Deputy Director position for multilingual education, I don't know why that's in there, because when we approved for Mrs. Caldwell to move up to the director, we were promised that this deputy director would never show up on the budget. I think you can get it in the video, because Mrs. Capola asked the question. She didn't want this position to come back. Like, once we gave her the directorship, we asked that this did not be opened up again. And I'd like to know why you're opening up again.
Yes.
I can respond to that. I mean, my memory is okay. I don't recall responding to a specific question about the introduction of a deputy director in the English Learner Education Office. I'm happy to go back if you know what date that was or thereabouts and take a look. Even if I did, I think I reserve the right to say maybe I was wrong or I shouldn't have. On the presentation on April 28th, I dedicated, I think, a couple of slides to explaining why this position was important. 4 years ago, we had half the number of L's that we have currently. 4 years ago, we had 3 times less the number of ESL teachers in the district. 4 years ago, we had no curriculum, ESL curriculum in the district. A lot has changed, and there's also the Look Act, which has many of the same compliance features that SPED law has. It's a different world, and so if I said that back then, I apologize. I would willingly and humbly admit that I was wrong. This is a need that is incredibly important. Everything that we've put in the budget are things that we believe deeply that we need. The amount of oversight, the amount of support that is now required in English learner education is double or triple what it once was, even as recent as 3 or 4 years ago. And so this, as I presented on the 28th, is about capacity. It's about support for staff. It's about also extending and continuing to think innovatively around how we meet the needs of students. It's about compliance also. I think the need is significant. I wouldn't propose it if I didn't think so.
Okay.
Member Dugan, what did you? Member Gately, did you have another question?
No, I just, I'll just think a lot harder before I approve other position. Thank you.
Member Dugan.
Okay, thank you. I guess I have more of a comment than I do a question. So thank you for answering my questions that I sent through email, but one of your answers really struck me. I asked the question in the SEL tab. We added an assistant director, which increased the line item from 107,000 to 220,000. As somebody that's first looking at the budget, that strikes me. Why are we going up that much? Your response was it represents a 400% increase about from 4 years ago with adding 19 social workers. So that struck me as, yes, I think people maybe, adding administrative positions and things like that, but just that number, a 400% increase in terms of what we were doing in the past, just struck me. And I just wanted to make sure everybody was aware of that answer and that, those numbers, I believe, I hope, and I'm sure I trust you that, these will help support the staff with all these new initiatives that we have going on. And you mentioned also compliance, we need to make sure we're in compliance, and I think those positions are going to help as well. So, but yeah.
Can I just make a point of clarification?
Of course, yeah.
So the 400, it's actually 395% increase from 4 years ago.
4 years ago.
Was the number of social workers. We went from 19 to 98.
Yeah.
That's what I was referring to.
Yes.
And
I wasn't clear about that in my comments. I appreciate that.
Okay, yeah. And so that, I think, is worthy of celebration.
Yes.
I hope that's where you were going.
Yeah, that's where I was going with it, but I also wanted to,
Okay.
clarify to the other members that that's a huge increase in
big time.
Yeah, yeah. So
And I
people
think
helping with that. Yeah.
indeed,
Yeah.
and I hope reflects all of the school committees, the district administration's commitment to the social and emotional well-being of our students.
Absolutely, I believe it does. So yeah, I thank you for that. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Dugan. Member Magnolia.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up something that I brought up the first time we had the budget hearing, and this was addressed at Mr. McHugh, because we raised the amount of money that we're giving per pupil for those kind of school supplies to the schools, but there were a number of different budgets where the kind of consumable stuff is the best way to think of it, did not get raised, and I just want to make sure that we keep an eye on that, because the prices of everything are so much higher now. So it was embedded in a number of different tabs, different offices, and to be really careful about where, if we have overages in those areas, sort of where they come from. So, if all of a sudden, I don't know, computer keyboards go up 600% and, the budget for buying them was X, and now it's Y. I understand the wisdom of not raising those line items and instead putting it towards the money that goes to reimburse for student expenses. But I also just want to be fiscally responsible and make sure that we are paying close attention to how much we're actually spending, not how much we wish we could spend. Because when I go to the grocery store, I wish I could spend $100, but it's almost always $200 now. So that's my only concern, and I raised it before. I'm just raising it one more time as we go forward.
Thank you. Member Pena.
Thank you, Dr. Tutwiler. Once again, I just want to clarify, I support you fully, and I just want to make that open. I support the superintendent. I admire you. And
thank you.
And my questions are not to question you, but for clarification, and sometimes to get answers for constituents and things that I want to understand myself. So You kind of answered why you're looking for a deputy director in the multi-language department. But my question is also, why are we adding another clerk? You're adding a deputy director and another clerk. I mean, why are we adding, I'm looking to see where we can best, use our budget.
In the
Multi-language department.
Okay.
So you're adding another clerk so there's one there, and then for fiscal next year, you're adding 2. So you're gonna add another clerk, and you're adding deputy director, which we have a director. I don't know why why you feel the need and you express. We have the workload has quadrupled, have you said? There's more ELs in 4 years, but why are we having another clerk?
I might need some help on that one.
Well, so I just want to note, just to give an example of the increase of students, which then translates to workload.
Yeah.
So in the last 3 years, the enrollment of English language learners. So in 2020, classical had 144 new Ls. Lynn English had 192 new Ls for a total of 336. So that was in 2020. In 2021 was 63 and 82 for 145. That was the year of us being remote, right? This year, 284 at Classical, 347 at Lynn English for a total of 631 just this year. And that's just 2 schools. That's not counting all the other schools that are also getting new students, new English learners. The clerks do a lot of like requisitions, payroll, the organization of the office. They assist with data entry for our students' information system. So when you are adding so many new students, we're assessing them, doing language assessment, all of that has to get inputted into our system. And so they help with that work. And to only have one clerk in an office that serves over 6,000 students.
I understand that, but because the director has 3 assistant directors also.
Right.
So adding in a deputy director, it's like, might be a little overload or something, you know what I mean?
There are a lot of programming that happens. You've got dual language, you've got the high school programming, you have elementary, the ELD. There's a lot that this office has to do for compliance. And we haven't even entered into the individual student plans yet, because the state kind of pulled back a little bit, but that's coming. It's coming very soon, and we're going to be functioning like our special education office is functioning.
Very good. Well, thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Also, on the welcome, I have other questions for the Welcome Center. So we're going to add another. Right now, currently, we have one enrollment family engagement specialist. We're going to add another one. And we're adding more clerks to it. I mean, I think, the Welcome Center is running pretty good. I know you're getting a lot of enrollment, but I mean, do we need it?
Once again, I would just reiterate that there's nothing in this proposal that we don't need. And there are actually things that we said no to. Like we went back and culled through all of the submissions from directors and principals. They're positions that are not in this budget. And so we always do a really careful assessment of what is really critical for next year and make decisions accordingly. That office is I think, that's our families, the community's, in many cases, first introduction to the Lynn Public Schools. It has changed immensely under Yvette Martinez's leadership, and I trust her leadership, and I trust when she says, in order for this operation to run smoothly, this is what I need. One of the sets of questions that we got today talked about a feeling by some teachers, maybe at the secondary level, that over the course of the year, students are just dropped into classrooms. I would say I don't think it quite happens like that, but I understand the feeling, having once been a teacher and received students over the course of the year. We're wanting the process for families when they come in that door and interact with our staff to be smooth and responsive, from intake data entry to transition to the school. And we also want to have people in that office that families can come back to and ask questions. We don't have the capacity to do that now. That's why that position's in there.
Thank you. Member Capola, thank you. Thank you.
Can I say
Yeah,
one other
Dr.
thing?
Tovar, sorry.
I actually don't have I believe that you believe in me, and I don't mind if you question me. That is fair game. Just wanted to say that.
Thank you. Member Capola.
Okay, on breeds, we have no new teachers added to breeds list. I think I read that as such, but yet I'm hearing that we're expanding to 6 lunch periods there. So how does that line up?
Yeah, I don't believe Breed felt, Julie did not feel, or Principal Loof did not feel that she needed additional teachers. She felt she had the right amount of teachers. I do know that they made some adjustments to their schedule, which added the other lunch to try and alleviate the numbers at lunch of students, because it does get difficult to have very high numbers during the lunch period. So that was in an effort to kind of lower the number of students during lunch. But teacher-wise, she felt she had enough teachers.
Right. I'm looking at her request right now. Sorry to interrupt. And there was not a teacher request. There was a school counselor request that was accommodated. That was the only staffing request that I see here. And their shift in their schedule also, she believes, is going to allow for, there's an extra period in the day, if I'm not mistaken,
Seven.
which will allow for smaller class sizes at that school.
Okay, so are they going from 4 lunch periods to 6, or are you saying 5 to 6?
I would have to double check with her, but I know it's adding another lunch, so it's most likely not 6. I would think it's probably 5.
And let's see, under the special ed, I asked this question before, and I wrote down an answer, but I still don't understand it. On the second page of the special ed where it says clinical supervisors, I had down there school adjustment.
Under the new clinical model, school adjustment counselors will become clinical supervisors.
Okay, so it had it says clinical supervisors, but then it's taking out 11 and going with 0. So
Right, they've moved to the SEL department. All clinical supervisors will be under the social emotional learning department.
Oh, I see. Maybe I did hear that before. Okay. And I had one of my questions that I did ask under special ed was in regards to the use of nursing assistants and I think it's speech assistants also. So I'm just wondering about that because, nursing assistants, when ed plans are written, what would be it? I mean, there's speech therapists. Like I know you answered me back with speech pathologist, but it's mostly the speech therapist is what they get for their services in the ed plan. So I'm asking, like when an ed plan is written and it is written for a speech therapist, and then a parent would get a speech assistant. How is that in your ed plan?
So it is not, does not run afoul any rule or law. Speech assistants are licensed by DESE also and able to provide services. So
they would supply the same service that a speech therapist is giving. We have 28 of those, and we're going to be adding on assistants. There are only 4 but it's, I'm just wondering, I can see that being an issue in some ed plans for some people.
I don't foresee that issue. The special, that is actually in other districts. Speech assistants are fairly common. It has not been here, but they can provide services in the same way that the speech therapist can. I can circle back with a more articulate answer from the
That's
sped
fine
director.
on that, too. The other thing, and kind of in that same question, was what the answer was, is the 10 new nursing assistants will work with the most fragile special ed programs, providing a host of service, including diapering and whatever. But is that part of the paras jobs? I mean, are they replacing paras? I'm just asking. Is nursing assistants
No.
replacing, if an ed plan reads one-on-one para, are they being replaced by nursing?
So a lot of those nursing assistants you would find, for example, in a TEAMS program, where you will find our most medically fragile students who are on feeding tubes, trachs, where you would use a nursing assistant. It's far beyond diapering.
Because we don't show that we had that before.
No,
So
right,
that's
this
why
is
I'm
new.
asking.
This is
Okay.
new.
Okay, so that's new. All right. And my concern is, are there enough jobs added in English, Tech, and Classical to bring down the class sizes and accommodate the best situation for our ELLs in the high schools?
Yeah, so, it's a difficult question to answer. I think if you asked me this question last June, we were approving the FY22 budget, I would say, I believe so. And then we saw, almost triple what we've seen in terms of new registrations in previous years. And so I would have been wrong. So there's parts of this that we cannot anticipate. We accommodate, particularly when it comes to classroom teachers, we are dutiful in accommodating requests. You'll notice that for Tech, I think it's 6 teachers. For English, maybe 9 teachers. I don't know off the top of my head, but it's in the book there. But this is what they believe, and we'll address that issue. There's a factor that I cannot control and would be guessing on. But I will say that this year is, historically speaking, an anomaly in terms of the new registrations. I would also say, in addition to that, part of the challenge, particularly at English and Classical, not so much Tech, is that you run out of real estate, right? You can add teachers, but there are no additional classrooms for them to teach classes. The co-teaching model has been brought up, and I think there is some promise to that. But that is not something you just do. That's something that needs to be planned for. Folks need to be trained on. Otherwise, you would have the equivalent of 2 teachers in a classroom. One would be performing in many ways like a paraprofessional instead of a teacher. But we were purposeful and dutiful in accommodating their requests for classroom teachers.
Okay. Under the attendance one, we have a social worker that we're putting on that. And I remember when we did the job descriptions for the supervisors of attendance, which we have 2. It was written that one would have a social work background, and that's what we would use that for. So can you sort of explain how this one is going to be used under the attendance?
Right. And it's not going to be another supervisor of attendance. This is really going to be a case manager position, and it's going to be exclusively targeting the high schools and our homeless population. For students who are not coming to school and doing the level of outreach that's needed for that, and also connecting those students with services.
Is that something not the attendance officers aren't able to do? Not the supervisor attendance, but I'm talking about the we have attendance officers.
They do some of that, but they're not social workers.
No, that's understandable.
They're
But,
not.
I mean, as far as providing service, I mean, providing to families, services that are out there. Do they do that anyways? Attendance offices are,
I would say not really.
Go
No,
into-
no, that's not
Well,
their
they-
role. They go out into
They
the
do go in
home?
the homes,
Yes.
but they are not, performing their role in the same way and function as a social worker would be, which, you're consulting with families, you have relationships with agencies in the city, you're connecting them to those relationships, you are progress monitoring with those. That's not the role of the attendance.
will they be going out with the attendance officers, or how is that, going to
The
work?
social worker?
Yes.
Going out with?
With attendance officers. Would they accompany attendance officers
They
at
could,
at
or
a
they
time?
could be going out on their own.
Okay, no, I'm just
Yeah.
trying to see
Yeah.
how we're improving on
It's
the
really
attendance
targeting a very specific population of students who are newcomers, who are, a lot of the students who are homeless.
Okay. And because I think we're at like 70 social workers. Maybe I have that number off. When I was counting, it's like we have increased to 70,
It will be almost 100.
almost 100 when we get finished.
Yeah.
Okay. I just have two more, but the multilingual one, I don't know where that is now. Is it at the end? Is it at the beginning?
No, it's still under
Right
ELL.
after. Oh, ELL, thank
Yeah,
you.
still under
Okay,
ELL.
all right, that's why. Okay. I have a problem with the deputy, adding a deputy director job in. If it was an assistant director, I wouldn't have as much problem, only because two other groups that we have, social, emotional, and the curriculum, don't have another deputy director. They're working with all assistant directors. And what's going to happen, that, those groups are going to come in and they're going to want a deputy director, and we just continue to put jobs up that are on the higher scale. We've just gone through, and we're still going through contracts with a lot of groups, and to add on a job there, I have a problem with it. And the one other one too, we haven't voted on the job yet, and I would like the money to be moved to on the under the human resources. That job hasn't been approved yet, so I think it should go. I did send you that note, and you kind of agreed that there's no problem with putting it over under to be determined until we've worked on that. And just one other thing, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, do you want, I can respond to the,
You
want me to respond to
the
the-
life skills problem at English High School is, we are working on that. But that is not going to work without transportation piece. It has to have a transportation piece. You cannot ask the life skills program to go out on vocational, opportunities and ask parents to pick them up and bring them to it because we don't have the transportation. We have to find that in this budget to give them that opportunity for transportation. It also applies to them. We're supposed to be getting them ready, life skills, to get them ready. And we haven't, adaptive sports are after school, after school clubs. Without transportation, that allows them to do that, they don't get to do that. And there's glitches in, they're supposed to be going out in the community, learning how to manage money. And at times, it's not money that they're out there managing. I mean, you can give them gift cards, but that's not teaching them about the money piece. And these are small things that I think we need to address, but the biggest piece is definitely the transportation. Whether, we're hiring transportation to get them out to, workplaces. It's got to be done. We can't just go year after year without having that transportation piece for life skills students.
So I'll work backward. I appreciate that proposal. I don't recall having a conversation ever about that specific piece. In some ways, I agree with you. In other ways, I would need to think more hearing it for the first time this evening. The gift cards, I think, I don't know that we can work in cash. You keep me honest here, Mr. McHugh, but that's
I know.
One of the...
How do they learn it without it,
I hear you. And so I can explore the transportation piece, again, hearing it for the first time. With respect to the multilingual learner education proposal for the deputy director, the idea there was to create a framework for the for that department that mirrored special education, given the notable similarity in their compliance requirements, plus the breadth of programs, staff, and students that they serve. I respect your concern, but I just want to be clear that that's the thinking there.
What is the will of the committee? Yeah, Member Gately?
Mrs. Coppola brought up about class sizes in the high schools, and it just triggered a thought that I got. A constituent sent me 2 of their biology classes, and it has the letter T next to it, and the letter T means that they're EL classes.
T
So
classes, yeah.
in biology, one of those, the rosters had 38 students, and the other had 39. How are our ELs ever going to learn in classes that large?
Yeah, I don't
They
disagree.
should add more classes.
Right, but you would need a biology teacher to do that, and you would need a room to do that, and that is a challenge. I would say the principals at English and Classical this year have done a masterful job splitting classes where they could, and this really also relies on the willingness of teachers to take on an additional class. So they give up their prep and they'll teach an additional class, which allows us to bring those class sizes down. We were able to do that in a number of places this year, but with those 2 classes, we were not. I would just go back to what I said again, what I said earlier again, that this year, and it could happen again next year, is an anomaly. 2 years ago, the new registrations over the course of the year were about 400 for English and Classical. That's a big number. The year after, during the pandemic, about 100 and something. Also an anomaly. This year, 700. I mean, it is. So if you look and you have that class size document, that spreadsheet with all the numbers, where you're going to see the largest class sizes is in grade 9, because largely the students who are new registrants over the course of the year are students who are going into grade 9, and that's where we struggle the most. And so, we've accommodated the requests of the principals. We've got some ideas in the pipeline. There's a small idea that we're going to put in place next year that we hope will make a difference. ISD is already doing its analysis and preparation for modular classrooms at English and Classical. Unfortunately, that's going to be about a year process. But we are turning every stone to ensure that our most vulnerable students are being serviced appropriately with smaller class sizes, to the extent that that it's possible. And sometimes we run into a challenge where we just can't.
Thank you.
Member Castellanos.
Thank you, Dr. Tutwiler, for the explanation. I know we have Mrs. Caldwell in the audience today, Rania. I know she actually has been working really hard, diligently, I know, on this operation. Would it be possible to hear from her on that benefit of the deputy, that role? Because she has that perspective. She's out there. I would like to just, if that's possible.
If she's willing, I think you're going to hear something similar to what I've already said, because I speak and interact with Rania frequently, but if she's willing, please.
Oh, I've been sitting for a long time.
You can use the stand-up mic over there if you want.
All right. How's everyone today?
Right.
So for us, in the past few years, in terms of compliance and the exponential increase of students, we were just meeting with teachers today for professional development, and we're saying since 2016 and 17, this district has increased from 19.8% English learner to 36.3% in just 5 years. That is an enormous number of students. And with the passage of the Look Act in 2017, the amount of accountability in terms of students making progress not only in English language development, but in the content areas has also increased in the regulations. So we are across every department. If there's an early college meeting, we're there. Social studies, we're there. Nursing, we're there. Every department, we are in every single meeting. So when you compare the special education office with our office, the level of compliance is very similar. Individual education plans for students who are not making progress, staffing of over 120, clerks, intake, registration, all of those things funnel through us in order to make sure that English learners and their needs are accounted for as the regulations require. So without that piece and the addition of dual language education, you have a lot of implementation happening at the assistant director level, but in terms of actually programmatic decision-making, the Department of Education, the Department of Justice, the Office of Civil Rights, all of those things need to happen. So you need people doing the compliance work with schools and teachers and kids, but you also need people at that upper level working with the Department of Justice, the Department of Ed, the Office of Civil Rights, to make sure that the rights of our students are being met. The district now has over 50% of students have been identified as an English learner in our district. Our trend line in K-2 is 67%. That's how many English learners we have in this district. Special education, 18%.
That's why I asked you to come up and explain it.
Mine wasn't good enough. Mine was pretty good. There's a lot more detail.
No, we do appreciate. I do appreciate that insight. That's why I want you to come up, because I know you have put a lot of work into it, and I can see the passion and obviously the challenges that we have, and how that capacity increase will have a lens of equity that we're looking for.
Yeah, I want you all to realize that whenever there is a presentation in front of you, all of those meetings include an EL person, right? We have a running list of project management in my office. The four of us are involved in 87 different projects. So you have early college, that could be 4 meetings a week. We're there. You have access testing, MCAS testing, curriculum work. Every curricular project in this district, you have an EL representative from my office. Every single one. We're there every single meeting to make sure that the needs of ELs are met. Because we are a district increasing in ELs, and we're trying to build that capacity of our classrooms and in our leadership to know how to meet the needs of ELs, because we have seen such a drastic increase of students that we need as much support as possible at every level in this district to make sure that we can meet what the state expects us to meet.
I appreciate that. I also respect my colleagues when they voice their perspective on that as well. I see why, I understand both perspectives, and I do appreciate you taking the time to really just amplify that information. Very well needed, I understand. And I actually do support the increase in that capacity and that. And I do appreciate all your work. I know my colleagues and everyone in this room appreciate all the hard work you and your team have done, have conducted throughout, not just now, but even through the pandemic.
Yeah, we're very proud of it. Yeah, we are.
I'm proud of you. So
we're very proud of the work we're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See? That's all, he went twice.
Thank you.
Member Magnolia?
If there's no further questions, I'd like to move the budget as presented. Do I need to put more words in that, or is that enough?
Second.
Member Paul?
I just have one thing, if we could just move from the personnel, just that one job over into to be determined.
So I would like to move the budget as presented, moving that one specific line item to TBD.
And we have a second?
Second.
Yep. Roll call, please.
Member Castellanos?
Yes.
Member Capola?
Yes.
Member Dugan?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Magnolia?
Yes.
Member Pena?
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for,
Really, thank you.
Thank you all for, this is a lot of work from everyone. This is a huge document, a blueprint for the district, and it takes a lot to get here, so I appreciate everyone's thoughtful questions and all the amazing work that went into this. Thank you. Yeah, and we're just going to take a recess, please. Thank you.
We're moving to executive session.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we move the superintendent's report up and do it before we do F, G, H, and I.
Any second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Dr. Talwala.
Yep, in your packets, there is an enrollment report for the month of June. Also should be a copy of the superintendent's report, which I'm going to dance around a little bit. Someone said to me today, we have got 8 days left. No, not that I'm counting, but I know that I know that people are. The end of the school year is near, and as much as I would say it has been a challenging year, there have also been some really wonderful things that have happened. We celebrated 4 great graduations in recent days, students with really incredible acceptances to schools, going off to the military, going into the work field, and we really feel proud of that. Also want to point out, we know about Skills USA and their historic success, but there was also the middle school, Breed Middle School civics team was the overall winner at the state civics contest last week for their water bottle fill station proposal. So I just think that perspective is really important, that while it was challenging, in many ways, the entire community rose to the occasion, persevered, and was successful in many ways. While we're working hard to ensure a smooth and fulfilling close to the school year, we're also looking ahead to next year, as I've mentioned before. Some major pieces of work happening next year have been brought to the school committee: the newly adopted curricula, continued focus on blended learning, and so forth. We have substantive foci in our sites that will support our continued effort to meet the social and emotional needs of our students, first and foremost, and to accelerate learning. We hope to experience fewer challenges related to the pandemic next year, but in my humble opinion, we're wholly prepared for them if we do. Lastly, we continue to make solid progress on the Pickering Building project. Earlier this week, as a result of the MSBA's review panel, the city was able to finalize Left Field as our owner's project manager. This is an important and foundational step in the process. Left Field was a unanimous choice by the subcommittee to the building committee, whose responsibility it was to identify an owner's project manager. Among many impressive qualities, Left Field personnel have significant experience working in Lynn. Some might remember some personnel working at Marshall. And we are very excited about our partnership with them. The next step in the building project process will happen over the course of the summer and will involve identifying a designer. That process is planned for completion by the end of August. Thereafter, we can begin the feasibility study, which should span approximately 6 months. We're thrilled that the process is moving forward. That is all.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda, we have 3 items for executive session.
Make a motion that we move into executive session.
Second.
When you want to read, I think this was the state.
Oh, okay, I'll read them. Yep, I apologize. Request for executive session to approve the executive session minutes from the May 26, 2022 school committee meeting. Request for executive session for contract negotiations with non-union personnel, Kevin McHugh. Request for executive session to discuss strategies with respect to collective bargaining relative to the Lynn Teachers Union. The discussion of these matters, which involve strategy in an open meeting, may have a detrimental effect and compromise the bargaining position of the public body.
Any second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Member Castellanos?
Yes.
Member Capola?
Yes.
Member Dugan?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Magnolia?
Yes.
Member Pena?
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson?
Yes. Thank you.
to approve the contract for the business manager for the term 2022 to 2025, right?
Eric, you forgot your little thing. You want to get that for you.
And that should be a pastor.
Swedish.
Look at the popcorn all over the floor.
I know, I got caught.
You should see my office.
Motion, looking for a motion to return to regular session.
Make a motion to return to regular session.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Member Castellanos?
Yes.
Member Capola?
Yes.
Member Dugan?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Magnolia?
Yes.
Member Pena?
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson?
Yes. Now, we're looking for a motion to approve a contract with non-union personnel, Kevin McHugh, for a 3-year term.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Member Castellanos?
Yes.
Member Capola?
Yes.
Member Dugan?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Magnolia?
Yes.
Member Pena?
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson?
Yes. Are we,
That should be the minutes, too.
okay, all right.
So one for the personnel file and one attached to the minutes.
Okay. Anything else we need to do? Okay.
Make a motion to adjourn?
Second.
All in favor?
Second.
Aye.
Adjourned.
First one up the door wins.
Have a nice weekend.
Reach out with your heart and receive your healing today. Be healed in the name of Jesus. By his stripes we are healed. His love is everlasting, so join in prayer and fasting. Be healed, my friends, be healed. Be healed, be healed. In the precious name of our soon coming King. Be healed, be healed. I have not silver nor I gold, I have no riches to behold, just the powerful name of Jesus. Be healed in the name of Jesus. By his stripes we are healed. He loves you oh so much, receive his healing touch. Be healed, my friends, be healed. Be healed, be healed. In the precious name of our soon coming King. Be healed, be healed. I have not silver nor I gold, I have no riches to behold, just the powerful name of Jesus. Be healed, be healed. In the precious name of our soon coming King. Be healed, be healed. I have not silver nor I gold, I have no riches to behold, just the powerful name of Jesus. The precious name of Jesus. The healing name of my Jesus.
Got a crazy baby just as pretty as can be. You think that she's an angel, but there's more than you can see. You think that you're in love, but she just takes you for a ride. Beneath that pretty angel, there's a devil deep inside. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags you way down, down, way down, down. My blue-eyed crazy baby, she just won't leave me alone. She drives around my house at night to see if I'm at home. She calls me on the telephone all hours of the night. I swear to you she does it so that she can start a fight. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Stretch way down, down, way down, down. She knows my every move, every thought within my head. She comes to me in dreams when I'm lying in my bed. I got a crazy baby, just as pretty as can be. As long as she's around, there will be no peace for me. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes way down, down, way down, down. If you see my crazy baby, you'd better run away. Just stop right in your tracks and walk the other way. She's She's got eyes that shine like sapphire, you just can't look away. And once they get a hold of you, there's nothing left to say. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. She drags you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags you way down, down, way down, down. Somebody saw me standing there. Somebody saw me, I don't know where. I'm on the run. Somebody saw him screaming loud. Somebody saw me in a crowd. I'm on the run. I'm the man on the run. I'm the man on the run. Hide in the daylight, pray for the moonlight. Don't follow me. Don't follow me. Just let it be. Started in the parking lot. I ducked my head when I heard the shot of a gun. Startled me, it went so fast. Thought I saw the muzzle blast of a gun. I'm the man on the run. I'm the man on the run. Hide in the daylight, pray for the moonlight. Look for her and she for me, the only That was then and this is now. I still remember, but I wish I knew how to forget what once was and look to see. I need to see what can be. Oh, how I can see like the clearest of days all of your beauty in every way. In my mind and in my soul, so please don't regret. I hope we can make it. I can't do it alone, 'cause that true love we had constantly gets in my way, keeps me awake, can't think straight. Oh, I'm so caught up in your love. I've had so many sleepless nights. How can I dream if dreams haunt me this way? So I'm asking you please to be with me, 'cause that was then and this is now. I need you by my side. If you feel the way I do, I will provide a supreme love for you. Start a family built on love and trust. Oh, I'm so glad for your love. That was then, and this is now. Have you now. Stay by my side. Wake up in the morning, turn on my TV. Weather says it's gonna rain all week. Get in my car and I head off to work, and everybody on the road is a flaming frickin' jerk. Get cut off twice by an SUV swerving in my lane. I get a clip fender and a dirty look, and other strangers hate it. I can't explain. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody wanna mess with me? I'm the nicest guy you'd ever want to meet. Still everyone's offended every time I speak. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody wanna mess with me? Get to my job and my boss is in my ear. He tells me I'm a worker, not a peer. But I can't help it if I've got better ideas. Why does no one recognize what I've known for years? Tells me I've got a bad attitude, my future's not too bright. I get a pissed off lecture and a dirty look, and I never even had the chance to fight. Politics, wars, and household chores, there's no rest when you can't ignore the truth. I'm just saying what's on my mind, but it turns into a struggle every time. I'm not saying I'm better, just that everyone else seems worse. Man, it is so hard living with this curse. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does hard to deal with? Why does everybody wanna mess with me? Home in the evening, the dishes in the sink. Tuesday's takeout boxes stinky. Change my shirt, doorbell rings. My girl's waiting there, looking forward to an evening in. She steps inside and her nose wrinkles up in her eyes, gets small. I get a pissed off lecture and a dirty look, and she leaves me there, standing in the hall. If I'm so hard to deal with, why does everybody wanna mess with me? I'm the nicest guy you'd ever want to meet, still everyone's offended every time I speak. If I'm so hard to deal with, why does everybody wanna mess with me? Through a root canal, I've lived through a spinal tap, I've lived through a heart attack, and I can live through you. I made it through my summer jobs, I made it through public school, I made it through state school, and I can live through you. Yeah, I may be stumbling, yeah, I'm a little drunk. Yes, I let my friends fill my head with junk. Yes, I've seen some sorrow, and I've seen some sin, and I've seen my blood enough to wonder what could do me in. I've talked to a Democrat, I've talked to a Republican. I'll never do that again, but I can live through you. Yeah. Lived in small towns, and I've lived the city life, the subtle trauma of suburban strife, and I can live through you. I made it through gym class, I made it through the school dance. Neither gave me half a chance, but I can live through you. Yeah, I may be stumbling, yeah, I'm a little drunk. Yes, I let my friends fill my head with junk. Yes, I've seen some sorrow, and I've seen some sin, and I've seen my blood enough to wonder what could do me in. I made it through my first kiss, and I've caught some cold fish. I might have a death wish, but I can live through you. 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 We share the best, the worst times. We can talk about it now. All the drunks are driving home, so let's stay for one more round. We were tempered in an epidemic, never caught their disease. We got problems enough of our own without choosing to believe. There are just two sides we can stand on, us and them, yours and mine. There are just two of us here, and each of us has just one life. All the sweat we pour into the ground in the city or the sticks, drawing lines around our easy chairs and waiting for a fix, and the energy we spend on all our little tricks to pretend we're someplace that we've never been. It all falls away when you sit down with one true friend. 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 I was there when your head exploded. You were there when my guts caved in. Though it might have been many years between, we never asked where you've been. I can feel you somewhere out there when I'm feeling all alone, stretching out over the curves of the earth between the places we call home. There are the places that we stick to and the places we have to be, and the dance we have to do around some people just to take a few steps free. All the sweat we pour into the ground in the city or the sticks, drawing lines around our easy chairs and waiting for the fix, and the energy we spend on all our little tricks to pretend we're someplace that we've never been. It all falls away when you sit down with one true friend. 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 What's good is free for a soul to keep inside. What I saw was a man in need of a simple plea for a prayer that was primed to cut from the cloth so endlessly. I cling to thee, but a heart of gold will sustain. What's left for you now? Peace for all time. What's left for you now? Peace for all time. What's left for you now? What's left for you now? Peace for all time. What's left for you now? Peace for all time. What's left for you now? Peace for all time. What's left for you now? Frustrated boy, it shows here clear in the pale moonlight. What keeps you tossed and turned all night? Well, I've been through this about 1,000 times. We move from left to right, feeling the motion. Well, I can finally get close enough this time. I ran through the street calling out your name. Met you in the dark to feel the same. Always in your dreams you hear my voice singing in your head. My darkness calls you and I came here. A devil's dance for two rivalries, just for a night. Red lips so soft and hoping for a few. Just one look from you and I know I'm alive. Romantic boy, pragmatic thoughts will forsake you now. I see through you in the realms you dwell. Well, I've been through this about 1,000 times. As you come over me, feel the temptation. The night has finally come. I'll take what's mine. I ran through the street calling out your name. Met you in the dark to feel the same. Always in your dreams you hear my voice singing in your head. My darkness calls you and I came here. A devil's dance for two rivalries, just for a night. Red lips so soft and hoping for a few. Just one look from you and I know I'm alive. I ran through the street calling out your name. Met you in the dark to feel the same. Always in your dreams you hear my voice singing in your head. My darkness calls. I ran through the street calling out your name. Met you in the dark to feel the same. Always in your dreams you hear my voice singing in your head. My darkness calls.
some of the parking lots here, kind of in the front here, but what we're really looking to do is create a kind of a new vibrant piece on the southern side of Lynn. So if you're looking at the